Hello. There we go. Let's go. Let's share this. Alrighty. Alexa, read announcements.
No messages from today. For earlier ones, go to the Alexa app.
Alexa, read notifications. What's up, guys? All right, finally doing some live stuff. I figured out picture in picture, so that's kind of cool. So now we got two cameras going at the same time. So unfortunately, this guy's really big, and it's gonna be really hard to get them all into in the same frame. Let me change my exposure a little bit. I'm gonna go up a stop there, and we're gonna go up a stop on this one. Okay, so this is Eternity. The thing is massive. I actually have two of these to do. Yes, second snow day and my kids are home. I thought it was supposed to all melt today, but my wife said it's not going to melt. So anyway, so this is Eternity. This thing is massive. Yeah. He hasn't played in a long time. I talked to him just the other day, and he hasn't been on in a while. If he shows up today on my stream, I'll tell him that ask him if he wants to. I mean, I got to work, but I mean, he does play. He hasn't played in a while. I downloaded Path of Exile too. Yeah, I started to play a little bit. It's like way complicated. uh, Not yet because I have to. It's way more involved than Diablo is. You'd probably like it. You'd probably catch on really quick. But also, part of it is the text is so small on my screen I can't read the text like where I'm sitting. I tried. I couldn't figure it out. So yeah. Okay. So I was gonna find a tape measure to measure this guy. I have one. My work area is kind of a mess from the venom. What's my tape measure? Okay, so I just finished up Venom the other day, and I had a couple of repairs for that same client. So what I'm doing is I'm moving a bunch of stuff around because I've got several clients in Houston, and I'm trying to get stuff done I have two clients that drive from that area to drop stuff off, and I have one client that doesn't want to ship. So the client that has the Venom doesn't want to ship it because it's big, it's expensive. So I'm going to get all the stuff that goes to Houston done, and I'm going to make a trip down there, make a day trip, and I'll drop all this stuff off to everyone. And I've got a couple things to pick up. So I've got another Beast library to pick up from a client, and then I've got a couple things to pick up from Luis, from him. So one of them actually belongs to Tony. It's the Doctor Doom. He bought a painted Doctor Doom. I'm going to repaint it. So anyway, this guy's massive. If I measure from the up to the top of the horns, he's about 32 inches tall. Well, I got to take away half an inch from my riser, my little base here. So 31 and a half inches tall. About 30, yeah, somewhere in there. And he's pretty wide. What is it? He's like 28 inches wide. He's not very deep, although can I spin him all the way around without hitting anything back there? Yeah, I can. He's not very deep. And if I eyeball it, maybe 12 inches. The problem is that this is from, again, Hot Creative Toys, and shit don't fit. Ugh. I mean, it is for something that looks relatively simple. It's actually kind of complicated the way it goes together. So I got this again. My work lights are not meant for video or taking photos, so just gonna deal with the spotlight over here. They're meant for working. So I've got, and they do putty work at the factory, but it's never good. I usually just take out their putty work and do my own because it's shoddy. You know, they're trying to get it done quick. So the way this goes together is the arm technically would go in here before this part goes on. Silver Surfer goes in here on a wave. That part actually fits pretty good. My main issue is that this piece, the center piece, man, it doesn't go down. I mean, I've got about 3/4 inch of a gap right here. Same over here. And there's also a crack in this front piece right here. So I don't know. That happened at the factory. That was like that when I got it. Now there's a gap here at the head that's going to be relatively easy to fix. Actually, it's all the way around the head. Again, I'm just like, I don't like gaps. And it bugs me. So I'll probably end up puttying this again and kind of sculpting a better fit because the head does wobble. Like it wobbles. It shouldn't do that. So today's goal, unfortunately, I got to spend the day trying to get this thing to fit. What's up, Ty? So I've already started to work on trying to number 2. There we go. I wish I could get this other camera back over here behind my right shoulder, but I don't have a cord long enough. Well, let's see if I can do it. Right, hold on. I need to get longer. I thought these are 10-foot cords, but obviously they're not long enough to do what I want to do. So you get look at me like trying to mess with this. Ideally, this guy. Hold on. I knew there was a way to do picture-in-picture on this app. I just hadn't really played with it, so I spent some time this morning messing with it to figure it out. It wasn't too hard. The one thing I don't like is every time I unplug anything, I gotta kind of reset it all. So since I hadn't been live in a while, I have to go through and reset all the settings and everything. So let me see if I get this. Here. Hold on. This is how I roll, guys. None of this fancy crap. Nothing fancy for me. It's just okay. I'd like to get this guy like right here. How do I do that? Where can I set them? We have this little tripod Tony sent me. But then the cord's in the way. see, that's a good angle right there. If I get right there. What's up, Floyd? Yeah, this thing's pretty massive, and nothing fits. It's from Hot Creative Toys, so it's it's gonna be. I got a day of hopefully just one day of prep on it. I want that to go there. I'm just trying to figure out how to do picture-in-picture on this camera setup. I need longer cords, unfortunately, or wireless. I don't know if I could do this wirelessly. I'd like this to go here. So bear with me for a little bit here while I mess with cameras. Let's see what I can do. Yeah, man, we got like 4 inches of snow yesterday here. It's actually really pretty out right now. I had to drive to the storage unit this morning to pick this guy up. So luckily the storage unit I got, it's only about 1.5 miles from my house. So it's not far. Although when I did get there this morning, my unit's on the 3rd floor, which I don't mind it being on the 3rd floor. It's not the end of the world. I'm gonna jerry-rig this camera. Let's see how this works. So I had to, but I was going up to my unit, and there was water coming out of like 4 different units on my level. Oh, there we go. That's a good angle right there. No, it's a little wonky, but let's do that. And now I can come down. There we go. Yeah, so there's like water coming out of like 4 or 5 units. I guess there's a roof leak, and I'm like, holy shit! Hopefully there's no water in my unit, because I got boxes everywhere, just sitting on the ground. And there wasn't, thank God. So I went and picked this guy up, and there's so I'm using public storage. So this facility I'm using, it's got to be relatively new. It's really nice. It's actually really clean. But there's like a kiosk in the foyer, and you can actually rent the unit straight from the kiosk, and customer help. So there's like a live chat. So I click on the thing because there's no one there yet. It was at 8:30 in the morning. I don't think they open until 9 or so. So I click on the live chat, and I get a customer service rep like, hey, I'm at this facility. I have this unit, and down one of the hallways, there's water coming out of like 4 or 5 units. And I was like, this is where it is. And luckily, as I was talking to her, someone walked in to public storage. I was like, hey, and I talked to the customer service. I was like, hey, someone just showed up who works here. And the lady's like, yeah, but I don't clock in for another 45 minutes. I go, oh, well, you've got water coming out of like 5 units upstairs. So do what you want to do with that information, but you have water leaking from the ceiling or from the roof somewhere, and it's coming out of these units. So I don't know. Hopefully, I don't know. So she clocked in and was taking care of that, but luckily nothing was coming out of my unit. So back to this. Yeah. So this is for a client in Houston, Donald Klein. He's the same gentleman I did the Black Panthers for, where we did a black version and then we did a White Panther version, and he's black, so he likes to kind of represent, his ethnicity and his background and stuff like that. So, when he was talking about doing the Black Panthers, he wanted to do a white variation too. So we did a White Panther and a Black Panther, which was kind of cool because I've never seen that done before. And on this one, he's like, maybe we do some realistic skin tones on the face or the arm, just kind of peeking through. And he's like, maybe we do some, black skin tone somewhere. I go, that could actually be kind of cool. And then this is the first time I've actually had this, try to put this piece together. You can see there's dust everywhere. I've been already trying to stand the keys down, trying to get things to fit. I go, that could be really cool. And then I talked to him again this morning, just let him know, hey, I got some issues I got to deal with today, and hopefully I'll get it all fitting today. He's like, well, what if we did some Caucasian skin tones too? And I go, well, I would stick with one or the other if you want skin tones, because it's gonna get really busy really quick. Because there's a lot going on here for something that's actually relatively simple. There's a lot you can do with this. I've seen the renders are really, really cool. I think I've only seen like one other paint up, maybe two. So there's a lot you could do with this, with the galaxy and cosmic effects and things like that. And we were talking about, he was also saying like, we should maybe split the half. One side is a darker side, like not ethnicity wise, but just in color tones. And one is like a lighter side. And one of the renders is really cool. Like this side is kind of darker, like it's like a darker side, like space look, and this is like a brighter side, space look. So like that's kind of cool. Like that kind of like that, dual, dual mentality or dual. Can't think of the word. It's not coming to my mind. So we talked about that, and that's when he brought up like skin tones. I go, well, that may be kind of cool if we have some. If you want to, represent your black heritage, maybe we have some like little patches of black skin tone coming through, one side of the face, and we can like kind of meld in some of the galaxy effects into that. So I don't know what we're gonna do. Paint is not even. I can't start paint today because I gotta get things to fit. But anyway, so we talked about all that stuff. So yeah, he's a really cool client. He's like it's like up to artist interpretation. Like in this one, there's really no rules because he's like a space figure, or he's like a space entity. There you go, entity. So there's no rules. You can do whatever the hell you want. It's kind of cool. So anyway, I'm gonna take this big ass head off. And that just goes on by gravity because he weighs a ton. Put him back here. And now, more of my issues are, I'll zoom in and show you what I got to deal with today. I think it's camera 1. Nope, that's camera 2. Camera 2. Nope, wrong one. Camera 1. There we go. Okay. So first thing is that there's a crack right here, goes down, up, and around. So there's a crack right there. So what I might do, I'm out of casting resin, unfortunately. I might have to Dremel this out and do a 2-part epoxy in there to keep that from spreading. My volume is low. How about that? Is that better? The microphone is kind of far away, maybe. It's showing it's loud on my end. So there's that. And then this piece doesn't go down. Now the factory had some putty in here that I thought was maybe causing this issue for it not going down. So my goal is to get this to go down. Oh, there it goes. Oh, that fits way better now. So I just pushed that down a little bit and that came down. Now they had some resin here that chipped out. I really don't care about that because I'm going to go in and kind of do my own work. But that's going down a little bit better. So now up here, up on the inner side, there's like a cutout, a key. And to be honest, I'm not too worried about that fitting as flush because unless you stick your head up in here, you're really not going to see that. So sometimes, as I've said in the past, you've got to weigh the work and the cost against, okay, is that something that you're going to see in the future? Because there are pieces that I could have spent a lot more time on getting things to fit and, in areas that you don't see that would have been unnecessary cost to my client. Because why spend half a day trying to get something to fit way up in here that you're never going to see unless you actually stick your head way up in there and look. So is it worth me going in there and messing with that? I might do some putty work. I don't know. But that just slid down there pretty good, folks, a little bit. And now since this guy's in Houston, what I'd really like to do is basically I would love to glue this part on and keep it one piece because it comes packed in 2 separate pieces because there's no way you can mold and cast this in one piece. So it comes in 2 pieces because really to get it apart, I gotta use a mallet to get it apart. Okay. And you don't want to be doing this after you paint. For sure. Okay, there's a key there. something goes there. Okay, so it actually went down pretty good. So I can see where the factory had done some putty work. I actually took that out because I thought that was causing interference, but I went also and sanded the keys down a little bit. But now it actually went down. This wasn't going down at all. This had a huge gap there, and it actually chipped out a little bit here when I went to go put it down. So I can see where the factory was messing with that. I'm wondering if their putty work is that's why I think their putty work is causing the problem. So I'm actually going to go in and take the factory's putty out and kind of start from scratch. That's kind of like, I think what they did is they put this on and they didn't try to get to go down all the way, and they just like, oh, we'll just putty it. Well, if you don't get to fit all the way and then you start putting things, then you cause more issues. So you can see where I've already started to sand the keys down, and that already made it go down better. So I think we can do that. I think sometimes you just got to kind of start from scratch. This is why I don't like factories to try to fix things. Just send it to me. Don't even prime it. Just send it to me without any primer on it. I don't care if it's got, I'm going to prime it anyway. And I've asked this factory, don't do anything. Just send it, clean up the castings, clean up the mold, the mold marks and stuff like that. But don't even prime it. But they won't do it. They go and they try to putty everything, and then it just doesn't work. So I'm actually gonna come in here and take out. So they got putty work, and when this factory does putty work, it's really shitty putty work. So I gotta take it out anyway. Like this right here, like just right on top of the primer. That would have never stuck. That would come off eventually. So I got 2 of these to do. I'm doing this one first because this one goes to Houston, and I'm going to do the second one after this. So it's better for me to kind of grind everything back, get everything fitting, and then do my own putty work. This looks like what they did here. That's actually not putty, that's actually resin. So a lot of times what these factories will do instead of putty work, yeah, I mean, a lot of times just don't prime it. At least it's not painted and primed over, right? Because that's the big issue. But they go in here to try to fix things, and it just causes more issues. So, like there's putty here. Now, all this putty I'm taking out, I'll probably have to go back and add some more of my own. But I'd rather start from scratch because I want to get this to fit as best I can before I start puttying it. I feel like they don't spend the time getting things to fit, and they just start adding putty. It's like right here, there's all this putty right here, and I think this is part of the problem. Now, I don't like to, I don't usually like to use a Dremel. I think it takes too much material off too fast, and it just creates a ton of dust everywhere. Now, my house is a complete wreck right now. We're having our stairs renovated, so there's the amount of dust in our house right now is ridiculous. Even though they put plastic up, it gets there's sawdust everywhere from them sanding the floors the other day, and oh my gosh, this is ridiculous. Our house is gonna need a deep clean after they get done. But yeah, I prefer that they don't do anything. Like there's a big magnet right here. This top part doesn't need a magnet at all because the weight of it will keep it in place. So I don't know why it's a wasted magnet. Why doesn't make any sense? You don't need a magnet there. I think this is putty. I can't tell if this is putty or this is resin. What I was saying is sometimes what they'll do is they'll instead of using putty, they'll actually use resin. And what they'll do is they'll put like a mold release on one side of the piece, then they'll pour resin in the key, and they'll smush them together. And before that resin completely solidifies, they'll take it apart. So I think that's what they did here, because this is resin. It's actually not putty. That's right here. And the priming they put on this isn't very good anyway. It's really thin. It's rough everywhere. So I don't think I'll strip it. It's too big to strip. Like I don't have a place to strip this all. It's too cold outside right now. We got a lot of snow, so I can't like go outside with a tub and strip it. So I could probably do it with just some lacquer thinners and paper towels, which I may do. I may just take it back down to resin. And then eventually it's going to get primed in black, so I'm going to start with a black base coat for all the space effects. So you start with black, and you go into white and chrome and metallics and stuff, and do clear cuts on clears on everything. Okay. That's not what I want. And another private message from a sculptor. Oh, that's weird. I thought I posted that. Okay. Sorry, I get constant messages from people on Facebook all the time. Yeah, this is resin right here. This actually isn't putty, but we're gonna. I'd rather take it down and do my own work. I'll probably use I've got some milliput, which that's kind of been my go-to lately for putty work. I'd really like to try to get this down further, so even though so where it's not really meeting very well is in these areas right here, this isn't sitting flush up underneath on the inside. again, that's an area where it's like, do I really want to spend the time and the expense for my client to get this to fit perfect, because you're not going to see it. So it depends on the client. You know, some clients are like the guy that I just did Venom for. Apparently I chipped off the jaw on the Venom I just did. The magnet's very strong. It's like overly strong. It's one of the rare instances where the magnet's too damn strong. So apparently when I was taking the jaw out one time, I chipped off a tooth, like the very tip of one of the teeth. And I even went in and looked at it today, and unless you look at a previous photo, you can never tell, but it's like literally less than like a millimeter of the tip of the tooth. But this particular client noticed it. It's like, oh man, the tooth broke. It's like, it did? It's like, yeah, if you zoom in on this photo and look at a previous photo, you can see that the tip broke off. It's like, man, I painted my Optivisor on, and I didn't even notice that. So so he's a very particular client, and I'm like, the only thing I can really do is sand it to a tip and touch up the paint. I really can't add anything. There's no surface area to add putty to it or resculpt the tooth. So anyway, he's like, everything looks so good. It's like, well, everything looks great, and my work isn't perfect. I tell people all the time, my work is not perfect. None of it is. You know, as painters, we do the best we can. You know, as expensive as it is to do these already, if we strived for perfection, it would be twice as much. But you know, you also have to look at it in a realistic manner. So like, I'll have guys they'll take a photo I send them, they'll zoom in really tight, and I go, well, you're looking at it in an unrealistic manner. Your eye cannot see that. Like, your eye can't focus that close. Like, I can't focus 2 inches away from this. But when you zoom in a photo, your eye then can see all those little errors and mistakes that your eye in general will never perceive. So I get that a lot from guys who will zoom in on the photos, like, oh, well, I see this looks like, man, I cannot see that in person. You know, if I can't see it in person, if I can't see it with my Optivisor on, you're not going to see it. Will you see it in a photo if you zoom in 200%? Probably. It's like, so you got to pick your battles. Like, man, it's like, so yeah, so I got all this factory putty, which I think is part of the reason why it wasn't going down, because when I first put this on, it wasn't even going down as far as it just was just a second ago. So I think they put it down, they put that top part on, and they didn't try to get it to fit any better, and they just started filling the gaps, which caused issues. So now I got to take all that putty off and basically start from scratch. So that's what we're going to do. So you can see I sanded these keys down because I thought maybe there was binding up in the keys here. And it was there was something binding in the key, and that did help. It did go down further. But I think we're getting interference by some of this putty work that they did. Like right here, this is putty, this is not, or resin that they poured in that gap without it fitting down all the way. So now, and what this factory does is they putty it and they prime over it, and when they go take it apart, the putty chips out anyway. So where they did have putty is all chipped out along the seams. Like, man, like, come on guys. Like right here, this is all full of putty right here. I just might have to get the Dremel out. I don't like to use it, but I'm going to do it with a vacuum cleaner going. So it's going to be loud because after my Dremel, I'm going to use the vacuum to get the dust up while I Dremel. So you may want to mute your mics if you're listening, or mute your speakers. Oh yeah, well I never use it. Excuse me, I'll have to get some water. I never use the Dremel without the shop vac just because the amount of dust. I've got enough dust in here as it is. I don't need to create any more. All right, so I'm trying to remove some of this material so I can get this part to go down a little bit better. I'm going to get as close as I can before I start doing any putty work. It's kind of one of the mistakes I made on the bat cave I did a few months ago. Is I started to putty the stalagmites a little too soon, and I actually had to go in and take some of the putty out because I over puttied and it created a problem. So it's better to spend more time getting things to fit rather than to start adding putty to stuff. So do you guys like that picture-in-picture feature? You like that? Oh, it's kind of cool. I've got two cameras that like to use them. All right. This goes this way at the front. Let's go and vacuum up some of this dust just in case. Going to try to get this to fit better, and then once I get this fitting better, then I'll introduce the arm in. Because the arm is a big part of how this all fits together, but I want to get this part fitting as best I can first. really good there. Okay. Let's see if it's hitting. Okay, it's hitting. It's hitting right there a little bit. Okay. So I can see this hitting there and hitting there. It might be hitting there. Okay, so I gotta take those down a little bit. You can see once it gets on there, it doesn't want to come apart very easily because it kind of when it hits right here, this part kind of hooks into this. You kind of have to put it in and kind of tilt it back, but I'm hitting here and there. So I'm going to grind that down some more. See if I can't get this to go down a little bit. File. Try to file that edge down. Round file. That's not very coarse though. Hopefully use the right end of the file. Do I have a round file? I did. Shit, I had a round file. I do with the needle file, it's too small. There we go. Yeah, so already just by taking out whatever putty work the factory put in there originally, I'm already getting a better fit. So it's like I started adding putty when too soon. Yeah, so if you follow this, you'll see how I do gaps and stuff because that's gonna be part of it. It kind of all depends on the part, magnets, and all that stuff. I don't need to add any magnets to this part, but the head's got some gaps around it, so I'll probably use Bondo on that rather than like a like a two-part epoxy because I can do that. I can add that relatively quickly. Where I have to do like any sculpting and blending of edges, I'll use a two-part epoxy like a Milliput or Aves. I don't have any Aves. I'm using Milliput lately because I can put it in. I can kind of sculpt it to fit the shape, and I'll let it cure for a few hours. And I don't let it cure fully, because even if you put like a releasing agent like Vaseline or something, it creates a vacuum. You'll never get them apart. So you got to pull them apart at the right point to where the putty is going to stay, but the putty's not going to get pulled away. So you have to time it correctly. And then once that's out, once you get it all apart, then you can see where your putty may need a little more work or a little refining to blend the edges. I don't care what it looks like in the key. I just care what it looks like when it's put together, you know. So it's kind of like, you know, my thought process on putty and gaps and stuff. This factory had a bunch of putty in here. I'm taking all this putty out because I think they've started to putty too soon. They started to add putty to the gaps before they got the things to fit right. So they cause more issues than anything. But you can see here, this chipped out a little bit here because they put it right top on. They had this whole thing primed. They put it like, oh, it doesn't fit now. So let's add some resin or putty on top of the primer, and it doesn't stick. So now you gotta take it off because it's just gonna chip out. So I'm not sure if this is. It doesn't feel like there's primer underneath that. It feels like that's wanting to stay on. But where here, I'll probably have to re-putty a little bit. They puttied right on top of primer. So of course it's not going to stick. You need really bare resin to bare resin for the putty to work. Same right here. So I'd like to try to get this all fitting today and washed, and I have to really look over the surface because I know the surface on the face isn't very good. And I just may strip it back, but you can see here, see how thin the primer is? They didn't even get a good coat of primer on it. it's like thin and everything. It's like, I don't know, the prep on this is terrible. You know, and I normally don't mind the prep. It's more of like when my clients buy an expensive piece. I don't know what this cost, but it probably wasn't cheap. It's big. Came in 2 boxes. You know, it's probably $1,100 or $1,200 before shipping. Well, they're expecting that I can get this and start painting pretty much right away. Well, now they got to pay another day, a day or two of prep for me to get things to fit. And it's like shit. Now they just added $500 to their bill because it's, you know, because 2 days is about $500. So I was like, shit. I feel bad, but it's like it's got to be done. I'm not gonna paint something if it doesn't look right. Start painting shit without stuff fitting. So I bitch a lot about it because I feel bad I feel for my clients who are paying top dollar for these things, and then, you know, I have to give them the bad news, like, well, I got a day or two of prep. It's different when you get a garage kit that's a true garage kit, and you're starting from scratch, and they know there's prep work and the sanding and the putty work and adding magnets. That's different. And they're expecting that. When you get a piece like this, all this putting here, I'm sure it's causing issues of fitting. What you doing? What you doing, Sadie? Come here, puppy dog. I can't pet you. My hands are dusty. What you into? You're looking for Q-tips. I have a basset hound, and she comes up here and she eats the Q-tips on the floor. Don't you? Yes. You're a pretty girl. She's a sweet dog. She's very sweet. There's no Q-tips on the floor today, sweetie. I picked them all up. You have to come back later. Come and get some belly scratches. Yes. You get all dusty. That's okay. Yeah, 3D printing. I mean, it's a great tool. I mean, I'm not. There are some guys that are really, really good at it. I'm okay at it. I mean, it's a whole other art form. It's like I print out in my garage too. So like I can't. I've got a buddy of mine who's starting to produce some new kits, and he wants get out of here. Hey, there's nothing for you to chew. He wants me to do 3D printing, but I can't print because even though my printers have heaters in them, it's like 20 degrees in my garage. So I can't heat it up warm enough to print. So, God, all this putty work right here. I think this right here is causing most of my issues. This putty work that they put in here is causing things to bind. Let's try another one. And another thing about putting this on and off after the paint, it's going to scratch the hell out of it. Come on. Oh yeah, my this dog, you know, we usually feed her around 5 o'clock, but 4:30 she starts dancing around like it's time to eat. It's like, no, you're early. Yeah, but yeah, you're right on about that. They know when it's time to eat. Okay, come on. Why isn't this going down at all now? There's that. Come on. I'm afraid to tap too hard because I don't know how thin this resin is, and I really don't want to. Okay, see now look, that's fitting way better than it did when I first got this thing. I don't think that's going to go down anymore on that side because it's really tight right here. Can't see what I'm talking about. So it's nice and tight right here, which is what I care about. There's a little gap up, well, it's not little, but there's a gap up in here. I would like it to get down further. This fits decent here now. I can fill that in where it chipped out. That's actually fitting pretty good there. I did grind this out quite a bit, but I feel like that could go down further, which if I could get that to go down further, it would probably close this up some. What I don't want to do, there's a pretty thin piece up in here. I don't want to force it down and chip that out. So let's see if I can see where it's tight there. It's too thick to heat up and it's hollow, so I don't want to start adding heat to it to get that to fit. I'm happy with this right here. I chipped out there from the factory. I actually sanded this curve. I'm actually sanding this curve down a little bit more. That's fitting there since I took that putty out. Now I did grind this down quite a bit, and I may just leave that. I think that's probably okay. I wish it fit more here. cause issues too, but I want to get this fitting the best I can first. I really need two people to take this apart, I think. I think if I keep taking this putty out right there, I think that's where I'm binding up. Most is right in there. Because that's this key here. Yeah, like the inside of this all needs reworking. This is all, like the whole inside of this is just really shitty looking. It's terrible. Probably just needs to be stripped. Probably what I'm doing. Be quicker to do that than to sand it down and reprime it. And they put this away with a wet primer because all the tissue paper was stuck to the primer. And there's even putty on the outside of this thing. Ugh. Come on, guys. Okay. Dremel tips are kind of getting low. I need to go get some different ones. Oh, that's what I need right there. So one of the things I did get for Christmas, as I asked for, is a little hobby sander. So hopefully that'll make, where did it go? Little cordless sander. I'm hoping that'll help with 3D print prepping. Oh, it's right here. This guy right here. So I tried a little bit on the, what was I working on? Oh, I was doing some repairs yesterday, and it seemed to work pretty good. It's for really fine sand. It's like you can't do like super heavy duty sanding with it that powerful. Those key got tore up a little bit, but that's okay. I don't care too much about it. I can always go back and clean up a little bit if it bugs me too much. Part of it, I think they got putty like right in the corner of the key, and it's not allowing it to go down. So they just started throwing putty in there for no reason. Probably didn't need it, or not nearly as much as they put in there. I wish everyone could use owners, man. This stuff is like that. I'd be painting already if this was an owners piece. This key is a couple right here. I actually wouldn't mind if these keys had a little play in them because it doesn't need any magnets. This is heavy enough that it's just got to stay on. If this had a little play in them, I could probably get the fit a little better so I can tighten these keys down a little bit. Have a little wiggle room. Probably not a bad idea. I'm also going to round off these corners a little bit on these keys. That'll just help them slide into the female keys a little bit easier, so you're not trying to. It'd be kind of great. They made keys kind of like this one's kind of like at an angle, like it points up a little bit. That'd be a really good idea. And then just kind of self-center. We do a little bit, we test. We do a little bit, we test. We do a little bit, we test. That goes really easily. That's gonna go down. Okay, so did that go down any further? No. That's as far as that side goes down. I'm not gonna kill myself on that. This fits pretty good. A little putty work there. A little clean up there. All there. So yeah, so the factory had a bunch of putty right here, and I can see why. It just wasn't done very good. Still doesn't seem like it wants to go down. That may be as good as I get it. It's a lot better than it was for sure. I had like almost a 3/4 inch, over almost a ½ inch gap there. This was almost 3/4 of an inch. Now a lot of this is me just grinding away, so I probably ground that key down a little too much, which is no big deal. But the only thing I can think of is that it's binding up here, and this needs to go down further. If I think they put all this putty here. I don't think it's necessary. Again, I think what they did is they put this together in the factory and they didn't work on it too much. And they just started adding putty. I feel like if this, I can see where the putties are here. It's right here. It's about quarter of an inch of putty right there. But I don't know. Yeah, I think that's about as good as it's going to get. Because I'm happy with this right here. I'm happy with this right here. I got a little touch up there. I'm going to sand this down a little bit there. See, there's a space right here that they puttied, but I'm just going to leave it. I don't think that's necessary. Well, maybe I will. Yeah, I probably will. So I took out basically took out all the factory putty. I think they put it in too soon. and I got this to go down a lot further. So now I've got to go in and kind of redo my own putty work. So I want to make sure this comes off a little bit easier. If I have to tap this to get this apart after paint, that's no bueno. Now let's put the arm on and see how we're fitting. See, it's binding up right here. Once I get it past that, it comes off. So it's hitting pretty good right here. Refine this a little bit better. Yeah, this looks pretty right here. I think that's a big glob of putty right there, which is causing me issues. Sorry, I'm taking a Facebook break. I gotta take a break every once in a while and look at shit on Facebook because. Yes.
Path of Exile is $30.
I know. I bought the early. I bought the early thing.
Oh. You did?
I did.
Yeah.
Do you have $30?
I don't have $30.
You want to come? You want to come over here and try playing it?
You're over again.
All right. You have to get the chair out of the attic, the red chair.
It's like $30.
Yeah, it's for the early release. And then the remote's over there. If you want headphones, you use headphones. The red chair should be right there when you open the door. And I think I have. Can you see it? Should be right there. No? And then I think I got.
You got what?
Under there, there's a cushion. See that black thing? That's a seat cushion. Yeah. You can just slide this thing out of the way. You can slide that over if you want. But this I need to get to. Watch your toes. Here, remote. Where I put? Here, here's the remote. Turn on.
Is it fun?
I didn't play very long.
Like 10 minutes?
A little bit.
This chair is freezing.
Well, because it's been in the attic and it's freezing outside. Want some more rum?
No.
Okay.
Fallout Shelter.
Yeah, I played it. It's a free game.
Was it fun?
Yeah, it's kind of cool. You have to you build a shelter.
Oh. You got Dead Space.
Yeah, I haven't played it at all.
Diablo 2.
Yeah, that's what I grew up. Well, not grew up. That's what I used to play a lot of.
Are you good at it?
No, because I didn't know what I was doing. So it's kind of the same thing. You go online and look for build guides and stuff.
Did you delete it?
No.
Oh.
Oh, maybe I never. It's an updated. It's an update file.
Path of Exile 2.
So like the text is really small on the screen. So if you can figure out how to make it bigger, I started with. You want to
What's
hear?
the best guy? Did you switch it up?
I did. Did you want to watch the intro? No.
No, I already skipped it.
You don't care that. I don't care about the story.
I was trying to kick ass.
Well, you're not going to kick ass at first. So I picked a sorceress. That's supposedly like an easy one to start with for a new player. So you have kind of like it's pretty deep. There's like what their version of the Paragon board. Like that text up there, I can't read that. It's too small.
Search and find the mud burrow.
So if you push, is it R1? Push R1. There's a firewall. Now, when you shoot through that, anything you shoot through the firewall turns into fire also.
I'm dead.
Yeah, because you're a really low player and you jumped into a pack of wolves.
Dang it.
So just practice. So right there, push R1, and then you can shoot your lightning, and the lightning turns into fire too. So you do a firewall, which uses mana. So that doesn't use mana.
I don't have.
Right there. And as you shoot through the firewall, anything else turns into fire. So I have lightning, which is kind of like chain lightning a little bit. Now you're out of mana. Yeah, this is from what I've read, it's like it's a lot harder than Diablo. It's like way more challenging, which could be cool though. Is there any sound? Oh, I bet it connected to my headphones, which aren't on. You have to go back to the PlayStation menu and change that sound setting if you want to hear anything. But you pick up like passive abilities. Here, hit PlayStation button. You go to the settings and change it to speakers. Oh, I didn't know you could do that right there.
Huh?
I always go up to the little gearbox. I didn't know you could go down there.
Yeah.
That's way faster. I think this is gonna be a really cool game. It's just something you gotta kind of like research and get into a little bit more. Yeah, so me and my son play a lot of Diablo. Diablo 4, we're kind of over the season. Diablo 3 just ended its season most randomly. I went to go play the other day, and like I had a really badass character, and I can't use it now. I'm like so pissed.
What's that?
Just someone who's watching me stream. Painted Miniatures Creations. So yeah, so like my D3 character that was, let's see, what was I doing? I was doing
Necromancer.
Yeah, it was a necro, but I think I was doing a level 130 riffs was the highest I did. But now I can't use it. I'm so mad.
Yeah, I like this game.
Yeah, it's very in depth, so you can play if you want, and then I can start a new character. Okay, one down better.
But what if I get attached?
Huh? If you get attacked, then fight back.
Attached. Like I like this character.
Then you can have this character, and I'll start a new one.
So this is just early access.
Yeah, you pay. I'm not sure if they're gonna change anything. So.
Alright, how do I go in my inventory?
Hit. Is it the big map pad or the little? That's your town portal.
Oh yeah.
I forget. Okay, so then you hit R1 and R2, or R1 or L2 to go up there. So your passives is going to be like what would be like a Paragon board. So this inventory, this is very much like D2 is. So D2, you have these squares, and that's as much stuff as you can carry. So if you want, you can't.
It's two-handed.
Yeah, you can't. Your weapon right now is two-handed, so you can't carry a shield and that staff.
Which one's better?
So I can't.
Maximum life and fire resistance, and then this one has 8 more maximum life. 18.
So that's more. That's life generation. The other one is max life and fire resistance.
So this one's max life and fire resistance.
Yeah, but see that text is so small. If you can figure out a way to make that text bigger.
I can see. What is this? Lesser mana.
So it's a different type of. So if you read what it does.
Recovers 50 mana over 1.4 seconds, 60 seconds, plus 10 of 60 charges on use. Current has 60 charges, 25 chance to increase recovery.
Consumes 10 of 60 charges. I don't know what that means. And then you got currently has 60 charges. Oh, so I used that up. So you have to go. Oh, that's kind of cool. So you have to go refill it at the well. So you get so many uses per vial. And then you can refill it. What's that one at the top? What's that? Oh, so hit that. That's a skill. So hit square. And now it's gonna be another skill. Another skill. What level is it?
So you already have Firewall, Ice Nova, Frost Ball. You already have Spark. Ooh, I want that.
Level 3 on kit skill gem required to engrave the skill. What level is that?
There it goes.
Yeah, so you can.
So it's like level 1, 3, 5, 7.
Yeah, so that's a level 1 gem.
Frost Bomb. I think I'm gonna go with this. Could I upgrade firewall?
Maybe later if you get a higher gem. I don't know. So now pick
socket gem.
so now you'll decide which button you want for that skill set.
What's down here? What's all this?
Secondary skill set. That I don't know. I haven't played with any of that stuff.
Open.
Oh, like your chat. That's like for chat and stuff like that. And it's like you can try your weapons in town.
Should have told me you got this, man.
So what's the new one you just got? Triangle? What's that do? Oh, that's cool. Is that the new one?
No, this is the fire with sparks. Sparks.
So look, so when you go through the firewall, it's sparks and fire.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's the one you just got, the frost bomb. Okay, I gotta keep working. Alright, so I don't know if I'm gonna get this to go down. I may be working on that a little bit. I can get that to feel a little better.
No. I'm stuck.
You're dead.
Ugh.
Well, if you like this, if you play this for a while and you really like it, maybe we'll get it for you and we can play tonight.
And apparently the boss battles are supposed to be really hard.
Yeah, so this is like,
I've heard that.
this is kind of what, this game is kind of what everyone was wishing D4 would have turned into.
Why?
I don't know, I haven't played it enough. I think I think because it's harder, it's more challenging.
D4, like, it's kind of a breeze, I feel like. But...
Well, I mean, unless you're trying to get to Paragon level 300. So I'm Paragon 265, I think, which is like 20% of the way. So I'd have to play like non-stop, and I'm not high enough to do a pit 50. Well, I can't do a pit 150. I think the highest pit I can do right now is maybe a 120. With my crushing hand bill. I hit for 70 trillion yesterday with my crushing hand.
Alright, where do I... north here. Checkpoints. What's this? The cell wood. Maybe like a dungeon. Do you like choose your difficulty?
No, I don't think I did. I remember doing that. Search the clear fell for the entrance to the mud burrow. Slay the devourer.
Ooh, boss battle.
Yeah, I killed one boss already.
Was he hard?
I didn't get killed. It took me a while to kill him,
Oh shit.
but I didn't get killed. So, your left directional, not D-pad is health, and right is mana. So hit your left D-pad, and you'll get mana. Tony said he started to play, but it was like way in too depth for him. He's like, I don't have to think about it that much, because Dave is playing it right now apparently.
Is he liking it?
Well, you know, Dave is that kind. He's kind of like, he really gets into all the lore and the story and all that stuff, so he really likes it because it's. Where Tony's more like you and me. We just want to get in and start killing stuff. I like to listen to the cutscenes and all that stuff. I don't retain all the information about the story and stuff, but.
I'm almost out of health.
Okay, so hit your
No,
button.
like health, like
Mana?
no, like the health orbs, I'm almost out. Like at the bottom right, you see how you have 2 and 5? I'm almost out.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You can go refill them at the well.
I don't know where the well is.
Back in town. So if you hit your up button, you're up on your D-pad, then you can go back to town and refill those. So kill these guys, and go back to town.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm low on mana and
Oh, you're, what level are you? Does it tell you what level you are? Level 71?
level 71.
I don't know. What's that 7-1 up there by your...
That's gold.
Oh, it's gold. So do you even have levels in this? I don't know. You got a little cross that says it has a 1. That is. So go back to town and see if you can fill those up.
Oh, you know what? I bet you it's another gem.
Oh yeah, passive. So it's like a Paragon point. Go up to hit R1. Again, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. That's like your Paragon board.
Oh, gosh.
Look
Holy.
at, yeah, isn't that crazy?
Oh my freaking
And look, it's like all constellations and stuff. It's pretty cool. So like if you go like to look at builds, like it's crazy how in depth it is.
That is crazy. I'd like this.
So like I don't think
Requires
you can't do those yet. You can only do with that tree. So
Okay, increase spell damage. Let me get that.
did you even read the other ones?
No.
We'll read the other one.
Oh, too late.
What's that other one? And actually, and if you go over to the other branch, go down right there.
10 maximum.
Energy shield.
I don't have energy shield. Where's the boss?
Did you see a boss?
Nope.
No. Then why'd you say boss battle?
Because it said defeat the destroyer. I am going to assume that that's a boss. I like this spark.
Yeah, he doesn't come up here and play too often when I'm working, but because he's got his own PlayStation in his room, so we're usually playing together. But since I downloaded this the other, I don't know, a few days ago to try it out, and
Level 4.
level 4.
Yeah, it just said I leveled up to level 4.
Oh, you got another passive.
Yep. I'm gonna keep on fighting a little bit. I like this.
This is cool. Yeah, we should get into this.
Is it? I already like this.
Well, it was different than D4.
Yes.
It's different. You're almost out of help. Then when you leveled up, you filled up all your stuff.
Ah. Get electrocuted. Gotta get all this loot. Alright, let's see what we got. We have Grant Skill Level 2 Chaos Bolt. Oh, I think that's what I have. Ah, we should try out this. Wooden Club of a Brute. One-handed mace.
Oh, one-handed, which means you can use a shield then. No? Or is the shield two-handed?
Hold on. What is this? Grant's Level 1 Firebolt.
What do you have now?
Equipped. How do I...
Is that what you have right now?
Yeah, I just...
Oh, and you get these little scrolls? Okay, hold on. That scroll is to identify what's red. So let's see where it says 1.
Huh?
See where that little scroll says 1?
Yeah.
Hit that. No, click that. Now click on that. No, get her up. Get up.
No, it's like...
Click that, and now click on that staff. So that's going to identify the staff. Now click there. So now it's green. See? I thought so that I did.
How do I equip this?
Hold on.
Identify.
There you go. Grants skill level 2 Chaos Bolt.
Heck yeah.
Is it a one-handed or two-handed?
It's two-handed. One, oh, I see, ready? It's one-handed, and I leave that, and then look, I can put a shield in.
Oh, hold on. There you go. So you have to have a one-handed weapon obviously to carry.
So
the shield.
one-handed, and then because the staff, this giant staff, was two-handed, so
you couldn't carry your
yeah,
shield.
I was trying to equip the shield.
Can you put that sledgehammer on the 2 spot or your second hand?
Yeah, that looks a little long. I feel like. Oh,
What's it say? Go to the hammer.
let me equip my helmet.
Oh yeah, go to the hammer. I want to read what the hammer says.
Hammer. Let's see.
Two-handed mace, physical damage, critical hits, chance 5%, attacks a little faster. What's the stat that you have on right now, say?
This?
The one you have on. Yeah.
This one, it has level 2 plus
Increased
the
cast
chaos bolt.
speed, and yes, so
And then cast speed as well, because I have chaos bolt right there, and it
Okay.
gives me level 2, and I like, I don't know. I don't know what chaos bolt is. Oh, it gave me it. Oh, look at that. This one doesn't use any mana. So instead of the fireball, it's now.
well, no, you still have fireball, unless you change the skill.
Uh-huh. Oh, now I have a block. I could cast well blocking.
What's X do? Is that firewall? No, do X. Do an X firewall, and now do that. Do it with the firewall. So now you get fire and you get both.
I like this firewall.
What does circle do?
You think Max Roll's gonna do this? You think Max Roll has builds on this?
Yeah, they already do. I looked it up, but it's like it's not just a build. It's like
Everything.
It's like the in depth of like, yes, it's pretty complicated.
Alright, let's try out this thing.
Okay, so for those who are watching, I've basically gone in and taken out all the putty work from the factory. Now, I don't think I'm gonna get this down any further. I feel like it's binding up in here. So now I basically have to go in and kind of do my own putty work now. But so I've got some gaps here, and I created those, but I had to get the putty work out. The worst is this right here. I feel like I'm still binding somewhere. Okay.
Oh shoot, I got a boss battle.
Oh, why isn't that going down any
Kicking
further?
ass.
So it's binding on this side.
Oh my gosh.
Huh?
Boss battles are hard.
You died already.
Huh?
You suck.
Hey.
Oh, there. It just went in. Or did it? No.
Now I'm back all the way at my checkpoint.
I gotta be careful. The resin's thin on the bottom. I just sound like it.
The red fail.
Okay, well, I don't know if I can get this to go down any further.
Checkpoint. Waypoint.
I could putty that up in there. I could. I mean, is it worth it? I might. Seems like I do any. So that putty work. So the worst is this key right here. I've got a pretty big gap. Now I did take a lot of putty out of there, but I felt like I had to in order to get this to go down. I feel like I'm still binding. I wonder if it's because I'm hitting here.
Can you get in a party with someone in this game?
Yeah, you can play online.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an RPG, so there you go. Now you're doing some damage. You get another passive. Does she block automatically, or do you have to block?
Yeah, I have to block.
Oh, so circles dodge. What's your L1 do? Oh, hit, what's that thing? Go back up there and hit X. Refined arms. Oh, smithing hammer. One-handed mace.
Too much stuff in there.
Well, you can reorganize it.
How?
So put like oh yeah. How tall is the potion? Put the potion down there. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you don't have boots on. Put your boots on. You're not wearing boots.
What if I like raw dogging?
Shut up. That's not even what that means. Yeah, so look at the maze you have and see if it was worth picking up this. Pick up that. Or I'm not sure the one is.
DPS.
Okay. Yeah, why isn't that going down any further?
Alright.
I think it's hitting right here. I think that's my main problem. Because this whole thing needs to come down this way a little bit.
What are you trying to do?
Get this to fit.
It does fit.
No, it doesn't.
There it goes.
No. See all that? Up under there, see all that?
What if you scaled it wrong?
I didn't print this. This is a kit that was sent to me. But this factory doesn't do a very good job on their kits, so I gotta fix it. Yeah, if I get this to go down here, that should close all that up. Okay, so I think my main issue is this spot right here. So let's make it a little drastic and just kind of
To buy 150 whale stones. Me. I have 100 gold. I don't know what whale stones do, but me. I'll buy it.
Where's the money Lebowski? I don't know what that means. I haven't seen the Big Lebowski in years. I'm sure it's the one from it. I think I may just grind this all down. If I have to resculpt it, I will. So it's gonna get loud again here for a second, guys. pants on.
What is that?
No, you don't have any. You only have your skirt.
What's
what is that?
rope cuffs?
Rope cuffs. Oh, that's for your arms. Oh, you're not wearing a belt.
What should I identify?
That looks like the same armor, probably just 2 different levels. Maybe that shield, it's a metal shield as opposed to the wood shield. You have another passive available.
Dad, look. I have a back shield too.
Oh, you can carry 2 shields? That's cool. So looks like you can carry 2 weapons. You need 2 one-handed weapons. So look at the rope cuffs versus the cuffs you have on right now. And you're not wearing a belt.
I don't have a belt.
Yeah, right there. That's a belt, and that one's a belt. That blue one.
No, that's a rune griddle.
Hold on, go back on. What's that say? Runed griddle. Yeah, quest item. The rune on this buckle means unity or safety from harm. So put that on there.
I can't. It's a quest.
Oh, it's a quest. So go do it.
What if you can't get that to fit?
Oh, I'll get it to fit. It just takes a while. This happens all the time on stuff like this. It's part of my job. Let's get shit to fit. Shit. Yeah, all this area has to be resculpted because this keeps hitting.
When did you complete that bed?
Yesterday. The other day.
Yeah. Is it for Tony?
No, it's for someone else. Okay, so I keep binding right in here. I haven't done anything for Tony in a while. He's got a ton of stuff.
Huh?
Half that stuff we took to storage is Tony's. Let me get him the product done.
There's so many people.
Okay, so now all this is putty they added, so let's take that out.
like giant crystals like orbiting him.
Oh, someone like who's playing the game?
Yes.
Yeah, he's probably been playing for a while. It's been out for a few weeks, so these guys that play these, play it for know these games really well, they can level up pretty quick. Okay. Binding right here.
Look at all the enemies that just. All this lightning.
Put a Sharpie out and mark where I need to. I'm just gonna grind the crap out of these areas, and we're gonna resculpt all these keys and everything. So we'll get there eventually. I may have to grind this down a little bit here. Get in there.
Collected rings of power.
It's gonna be a little bit of work, guys. We're gonna get this to fit, and it's gonna look good by the time I'm done with it. So I grinded this down. Got a big gap here, but I'm gonna grind this out. If I can get this side to go down more, I think that's gonna close up over here too. So that's the goal. It's starting to work. That's closing up a little bit better over there. That's closing up a little bit better here too. Okay, so we're going in the right direction. Need to cover this out more here. I'm avoiding doing any grinding on the top part because I feel like the resin is relatively hollow there, relatively thin. So I don't want to mess with that. I'm gonna start hitting.
Why don't you just putty it all? Like all the gaps?
No, because that's the problem. That's what the factory did. They puttied it before they got it to fit down. So I had to take all the putty out. There's a big gap here, and I've got to get this side to go down lower. So yeah, I've been working all morning. I took all the putty out from the factory. What's up, Raphael? It's Eternity Piece. trying to get the stuff to fit. It does not want to fit. The factory did a bunch of putty work that I had to take out. Now I'm grinding all the keys down to hopefully get this to fit. So I'm going to basically just get it to fit as best I can, then resculpt all the keys. So it's just a lot of back and forth. Rust King?
The Rust King. What if I like pre-light
Okay.
that's not fair. You can't summon more guys. Oh my gosh. This guy's like impossible.
No, you're just not strong enough. So why don't you go do that other quest first? Search. That was the first of the Clearfell, the Mudbelt Burrow. So that guy's probably more of your level to go beat.
Let's try him again. I can't beat
How
him.
far down did you get him?
Like, not even half.
Well, yeah. So you're not powerful enough.
Oh, look at this. Viper skin. Requires level 5. They're 13 intelligence. Okay, I can't beat this guy. Quests. There should be a teleport to quests.
Okay. Well, from what I can see. So it might be as good as I'm going to get it without putty work. I'm not hitting there anywhere, so I'll have to putty. I'll do sculpt that. No big deal.
How do I teleport? Like, there's.
Oh, you only have one waypoint open.
Huh?
Right there.
Where?
Hold on. Hit your up button to go to town. And you can change all those. That's just what.
Well, these are all the skills I have, so. Oh, look, it's a little froggy. Grab it, grab it.
What's the obelisk of? Oh, is that the Rust King? Obelisk of Rust?
Yes.
You have 2 passives. Put them on. Well, quiver. Just where you have an arrow.
I want more skill. Any attributes? Increase spell damage. Increase damage. Maximum energy. Why are you soaking wet?
Is she wet?
No, but like wet. Like, not like soaking.
You outside?
Rolling around in snow? Were you rolling around in the snow, baby? Were you cold out there? Were you cold out there? Your little paws are all wet?
so she didn't get poppins on the stairs. Okay, so my main concern, I'd really like to get that down further, but I'm not sure how to do that. I don't know where it's preventing me from doing that.
+5 to any attribute. That is.
Man, there's just a big gap right there. Hey, go and get out of here.
Shoot.
I just don't want her in here right now because she's going to be in my way. Okay, let's put the hand on. Let's see what that's going to cause any issues. I don't think I can get this to go down any further. I've ground this all out. I've ground this out. I don't know where else I'm hitting. Unless this key is just too long, which is possible, and it's got a magnet. I don't know why they put a damn magnet. It doesn't need a magnet. I'm almost inclined just to take it out and sand that down. Let's grind that down a little bit more. What was that about?
Apparently Monk's pretty strong too.
Yeah, this one was just suggested as a good for a beginner. See if you can make the text bigger on the screen. That was my thing. I was sitting way back there and I couldn't see what the hell it said.
Level?
I don't know. Look it up.
Alexa, what's the max level in PoE 2?
In PoE2, the maximum level that can be achieved is 100.
100. Check out what's it called? D2. Let's check out D2. Did you kick ass in D2?
No, 'cause I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know about builds and all that stuff. I just was playing. I just played the campaign, which I ended up completing. So right now I'm a level 4 paladin.
Huh. Is that the best character?
Hell, I don't know. Look it up, dude.
Alexa, what's the best character in Diablo 2?
Advances.com. The most popular character used in the game of Diablo 2 is the Paladin for its unique skill-blessed hammer.
Yeah.
Oh,
Paladin, there you go. That's probably why I picked it.
that was a guess. Was it free?
I think I bought a bundle of those, like one. I think was it a bundle of 1, 2, and 3, or 1 and 2? I know I got that in the bundle.
Polish Prince. Kill stuff.
Well, you're in town right now. See if you go out in town.
Well, I'm gonna do that.
Look at the map. So go. Shit.
All time named right here.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the shit back in the day.
Me, Brittany, and Kate are planning to go.
Go where?
To the gym, but I don't know where.
Which gym?
Crunch, probably.
Ah, haha. That closed up in there now. Oh man, it's better than it was. Carve out more here.
Alright.
Well, turn that all off. I'll turn it all off for me and shut it down. If you really want to try
Yeah.
Path of XL 2, then we can download it later tonight and can play. I have a lot of putty work to do on this once I get everything kind of down, but I'm just going a little bit at a time. So I'm carving on this side because this is more solid than the other side. So yeah, the factory just started putting putty in this thing without getting it to fit at all. So way off. I don't understand it. How this could be so off. There's gonna do a ton of sculpting to do to get this to blend back. This wasn't even close to fitting before they started doing anything to it. going to be as good as we're going to get it. We just have to start. I get that down. Just don't know if I can get any better. I don't know where it's hitting. I'd really like to close that up some, but I don't know how I'm going to do it. Oh, I thought I had a day of prep on this. This is maybe 2 days. I feel like I need to take this key down. It's too tall. Let me just cut this off. Put that back down. It doesn't need it. It's not strong enough anyway. Okay. I'm going to cut this key off a little bit. Get rid of that magnet, doesn't need it. See if that's what's causing me some problems. It looks like it's too high. I hope the second one I gotta do is not like this. I got 2 of these to do. Ow, son of a bitch. Oh, that hurt like a motherfucker. Oh, that's gonna be a big old blood blister. Shit, that hurt. Fuck. Damn it. I knew that was gonna happen. Fuck. Ugh. Damn it. That was dumb. I shouldn't have used that tool. Really stupid of me. Take this damn magnet out. It doesn't need to be in there. Where's these guys? They put magnets where they don't need them. They don't put them where they do need them. They're usually not strong enough anyway. Let's get some heat on it so we can soften up the glue they have on there. Shit, it's already 1:30 and I'm still trying to get this damn piece to fit. Heat came right off. I should have done that in the first place. Let's forget about that. Let's forget about using heat to get magnets out. freaking nightmare this thing is. This should not be this tough, guys. I should not have to work this hard to get these to fit together. But it is what it is. Backside that key a little bit. Let's see if that helps. I'd rather get it really loose and everything, and then have to do more putty work and get it to fit right than work on the back side of this. So I can get that to come down a little bit more. Nothing there, nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there a little bit. And I've taken out probably half of an inch of material on all these keys to try to get this to come down more. There's a magnet here that doesn't need to be there. I'm gonna take that one out too, because there's no magnet. Idiots! They put a magnet up here. There's no magnet in the other part. Dumbasses. This group, this factory. Ugh. I need more power outlets. Come on. that out. So I'm going to try to sand this key down a little bit, see if that helps. Let's go down a little further. There's my sanding block. Don't know where it is. No? There it is. Oh, no new silo on today. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Dexter.
in just 1 year, he went from a 3.8 down to a 1.2 and back to a 3.0. Why is that?
Not exactly sure. Oh, my stepmom died.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So is that why you moved from Argentina to Miami?
Yep.
So who did you move to Miami with?
I was placed in the foster care system.
Foster care. And where were you? Yeah, why don't you tell them why you left your beloved family?
Things were ma'am. My stepmom and I just moved, and when she died, she had no way of reaching me. It's not his fault.
Jim,
Fantastic.
you must be Harrison. I must be Rhea, the science teacher here.
I heard you speaking Spanish the other day. ¿De dónde eres?
Puerto Rico. ¿Dónde aprendiste español?
I lived in Argentina for a few years.
There were cameras out there.
I sure didn't.
What did they even need them for? I mean, we know how deer mate. Jim, I need to talk.
Yeah, he went missing, but you don't have a hunting license. Well, I wasn't hunting, I was hiking. No doubt.
When you gave birth to me, abandoned me right after I was born. Angela is my mom.
That's right. Oh shit. Ethan's got a new pick for his girl. Ethan Stray's back.
What's going on?
That out.
So half our spindles will be here tomorrow by 10.
When
The other half will be here on January 14th.
is the 14th?
That's Tuesday of next week.
Alright, well, I don't know how the guy's name, or if he comes out tomorrow to do the everything else, we'll have to tell him that we'll have to come back a different day to do the spindles.
Oh, okay, so now the things that were going to be late, which was the angle thing,
Yeah.
they're on time for tomorrow by 10. The
Oh.
next, what, wait, 1, 2, 3 sets, no, 4 sets of spindles will show up on Sunday, and then the others will show up 2 days later.
How many sets do we have all together?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6.
6.
So 4 on Sunday, 2 on Tuesday.
So how many are in each set?
I think 16.
Okay, so I'll have 40 plus 64. We need 100.
16 by now.
We need 112, right?
It ends up being 112. We need 111.
Okay.
Got any of your holy Italian sauces?
So a little over half of them.
Most could be most of sausages with.
Yeah.
So we'll have this. Sorry, we'll have the shoes tomorrow, and say it all again. The angled shoes tomorrow.
Well, shoes tomorrow. Four of the 6 packs of spindles on Sunday.
On Sunday.
And yeah.
And the other one's
And
on,
then next by
Tuesday.
So
Does it say
I don't
what
know if
time?
they just want to come on.
Does it say what day?
I guess we'll know if we need the angled things or not, at least by tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, without a spindle, I don't know how they can tell if it's the right angle, to be honest.
Well, we just need to see if the angle makes it straight up and down. You know what I mean?
So, shoes tomorrow, shoes are spindles on Sunday, and the other on Tuesday, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Does it say what time on Tuesday?
It just said now expected by January 14th. So again, it's a by. So
Okay.
maybe it's coming out of Columbus, Ohio.
Okay.
And it got to the mail carrier, like UPS has it.
All of them?
No, that was the late one.
Okay.
Okay, now let's see what this is. These came out of Hebron, Kentucky, apparently.
Hopefully they're all the same.
I know. So apparently some packages were in Hebron, Kentucky, and the other ones were in Columbus, Ohio. Columbus, Ohio is the one that's making it even later.
Alright.
So that's where we at.
Alright.
I mean, I don't see why they couldn't steal everything, but I mean, really, I think that installing
The very last thing they do is the spindles. That's the last thing they do. So they could technically could get all the paint and sealer done and then come back into the spindles all once.
Okay.
That's what I understood. So my understanding.
Gotcha.
So yeah, I mean they'll show up tomorrow if they just tell them they just squared to the weather.
Okey-dokey.
Alrighty,
Very cool, thanks.
all right.
Bye.
Hang up, so I'm working. This is a fucking nightmare, guys. Whoever's watching this is just not fitting. Now, let's put this hand in and see what this does to the fitment of everything. Actually, this has got to go in first. So that goes in the hand.
I know who you are, Mr. Wilson. I'm a pathologist who to your chemical plants release every year. The millions you spent fighting climate science. I want to be helpful. Stop fucking around.
That you hate me so much. And here you are driving this old gas guzzler. Consider that. But I don't. People are complicated.
So got the hand in. Okay, so that's why they had all that putty work. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and add all that putty stuff back in because now that I got the hand in, gaps were. That just doesn't go down all the way. So alright, so now I'm going to go in. I'm going to probably get this thing stripped down. Because that's where that goes. That's how that sits. And I'm going to go in. I'm going to re-putty all the stuff that they did. I think they had too much in there to begin with. That sits there. Okay.
It's not the body I'm looking to hide. This'll work.
Okay, so I'm going to do. Is now I got that all kind of ground out. I got it fitting better. Now we have to go back and kind of re-putty everything. But we're going to make it look better than what the factory did for sure. So I'm just starting over from scratch from where they were.
I'm up for a kind of exhaustive brain check.
I'm exhausted too. Think I feel like cooking for Audrey and Harrison.
Harrison.
Yeah. Audrey invited him over. If you don't want to come, it's okay.
No, I'd love to come.
Okay, so now I'm going to kind of strip this all back. At least all this.
But you actually did. Fuck those guys. They just think they're hard because they punch and shit. They don't know anything about real finance. Really? What do you like, the Punisher or something?
Alright, so now we're going to.
The rest of these dogs spent the day literally barking up the wrong tree. They couldn't find shit out
I
there.
think it'll allow to shave all the keys down.
I don't know, but I'm going to meet Rusty and his dogs at Harrison tomorrow. What do you mean you suck?
Yeah, I've already shaved the keys down a little bit, but since we got three keys, they kind of all interact with each other. So, and plus you got the arm. So once I put the arm on, all these gaps are there. But the factory, so I basically, I just wish the factory wouldn't have done any putty work. It definitely needs putty work for sure. But I just feel like they.
Wait, so she's a podcaster? So what was the most popular true crime podcast out
So I'm going to take this all down to bare resin, and I'm going to scuff up all these outside edges a little bit so the putty's got something to stick to. And then we'll just work on them one at a time.
So, I got a call from Abraham Brown today. She said you guys took a little drive out to the reservation.
Yeah, it's not going to fall off. It's got a lot of weight on it.
Who's trying to do the right thing?
You're going behind your back.
The way that Disney's really is a total fuck.
Yeah, this it's just HCT HCT man. Their factories they don't their quality is not good. It's like so hit or miss. It would have been better if they just didn't do any putty work at all, because it was messy anyway. So it's just, again, it's like more prep it. So I ground everything way back, so I'd get rid of any interference from their putty work. I don't think I'm going to get this all to fit flush up in there. If I want to, I'll have to do putty work up in there too. We'll see. Again, it's like, is it worth all that time and effort? I don't know. Well, I hope the second one I have isn't as bad. Someone made a comment on my Facebook post that they have one too, but it's not nearly as bad as mine. Fitment.
As close as people can be. And here I stand, 10 feet and 1,000 miles away from my own son. I should have stood up for you at school yesterday. I was wrong. Yeah, you were. From now on, this is me on your side.
Yeah, it's a cool piece. I just wish this factory did a better job on their production. I've ground all their putty work out. I'm basically trying to get this to fit better. I have a lot of putty work ahead, but the factory's putty work was terrible. It's just not. It didn't look good for one thing. I was like, so I'm gonna have to go back and resculpt all these keys quite a bit. We're gonna just kind of work on them one at a time. It's a slow process, but it's gonna look a lot better than it did. And hopefully we'll have a better fit. I hope so, because I've been working on this all day. But I ground all these keys way down, so I got room for I grind these keys down a little bit more, so like Statue Boss says, hopefully it's a little looser fit. No, it's not the biggest. I still think the biggest is Aquaman.
Surrounded by such great people. Good for you.
Yes, the HCT. I'll name them. I think they're pretty familiar with what I think about them. I've dealt with them directly a few times and it wasn't pleasant. He's done quite a bit. And around the tops off. Yeah, I really don't care what the keys look like because what matters is it goes together and it stays together. Oh, you got, okay. How are you getting in? How are you going to get into the gym? Oh, alright. Don't sign up for anything. I don't think you can, you're underage anyway, but. Alright. I think I've got this is fitting without, I don't know, there's something binding up in here. I don't know what it is, but I mean, without doing like some serious major surgery, I've got it as good as I think it's going to get. So.
I wasn't sure what you remember.
Okay. So I got a couple ways of doing this. For these two keys, I'm going to put it all together. I'm going to put some Vaseline on the other part. And I'm going to just pack in some milliput and let it set up for a few hours.
Yeah, he really outdid himself this time, huh?
And then take it off. And then we'll see how it looks.
Say that again. I knew that would be alright. He always is, but I gotta tell you, he had me nervous this time. Yeah, me too. Me too. Oh, okay.
What time was this?
Around 10.
And you used FaceTime, so did you see where it was?
Looked like a hotel. He said he was in New York City.
Did he look injured at all?
Injured.
With his blood on the lips.
Right, right. I didn't see an injury, no.
So let's just do one of these. Well, no, we'll do these two.
Person was
For now.
anything.
You know, I didn't think that.
I'll probably do this, and I'll probably sign off for a little while because there's not much I can do after I do this. So, all right. So we use some Vaseline on
He owes me a call.
this key.
I'll try to sell him under time to just go straight to voicemail. So if you could help me get hold of him.
If this is about me killing that boy, dear, I'm trouble. I need to be fine. You know, I'm always good for it. I'm always cleaning up his messes.
It's not my jurisdiction. I'll just need help closing the missing person's case and clearing up who is getting home from the woods.
Okay, look, I didn't want to have to get into this, but when I saw him on FaceTime, he looked like he was high on something, like he had sliding legs. He does this sometimes. He goes on benders, and I won't hear from him for weeks or even months.
Well, you heard from him last night.
Yeah, because he wanted money, which I wouldn't give him. I'll try, but I'm not going to promise anything. He didn't answer the 10 phone calls I made before that or the 2 after.
Hello.
He looks like a teenager, but he's a 30-year-old
Hello?
man, and at some point, you gotta let him go, right?
Hello.
Just out of his
All right, we can talk.
Okay. I'm also going to.
I'm sorry, I told her it doesn't appropriate for her to visit me, so,
visit you.
well, you know, we've met.
I'm putting Vaseline on all the areas on the other part that are going to touch. And this will all get stripped off. I'll probably end up just stripping this piece because the primer coat on this is not good. I'm going to put some on this arm too.
No, I wasn't lying. I said I was here to help with search. Remember that Sander doing a story about it? A rich, white, entitled, cisgender guy illegally shoots a rare white buck on reservation land and then up and disappears? Of course I knew. Was that his dad you're talking to? Well, the story's
Let's
over.
wait till I put that on because I don't want to get any Vaseline on the areas.
Me and the guy bathes law
Okay.
enforcement in a town full of concerned citizens. Finally pops his head up. And the
So.
body was herself.
Now I'm basically going to do what the factory had done, but I'm going to do it better.
Okay, I just thought, like you said a few days ago, this is it. Not what Mom said.
Matt is staying at a hotel in New York. On his cards.
So I'm going to put a bead of putty right here. And then I'm going to put the arm on, put the top on, and then start packing it in around the edges.
babies. He killed in fucking force. Let's talk about kill cycle number 1. Lady in the water. Trinity would find a young woman, break into her house, and then slaughter her with a straight razor. He left them soaking in a pool of their own plasma. The police are finally hit to his MO, but of course they don't get it together fast enough to stop him from one final cut. For this one, he goes rogue. Still a woman, but this chick is a mother. A gorgeous girl next door beauty with a picture-perfect family. And this is the real fucked up part. She has a young baby who is in the fucking room when she dies, crawling in a pool of his mother's blood. How fucked up is that kid now? Am I right?
He's usually very friendly. Maybe you can smell my goats. I think he's just aggressive because he hates his name. I don't know how to do with this. Maybe I better go back to the dog. Okay, I'll be back. Come on, Bertha. Yeah, what's going on?
Let's put that in there. That there.
Who stopped you? It's not that bad.
Just found you in the exam, she said. You told her something about the school shooting.
Yeah, that's how this all started. Ethan asked me to meet him backstage.
Okay.
And when we were alone, he told me he wanted to get revenge on all these kids that had been bullying him. He was just gonna bring guns to school and open fire.
Find the time.
Because he wanted me to do it with him.
And what happened next?
I told him, I get it. I mean, feeling angry and feeling bullied. But I said, there's gotta be some other way we can handle it. I tried to get him to come with me to talk to a teacher or you could give him some help, you know? But that's when he pulled a knife out of his backpack. He just came right at me and stabbed me.
Check the backpack. And then what happened?
Oh, it all happened so fast. I mean, I was really scared and I just like tackled him and the knife came out of his hands and I got to it first and I was waving it in front of me, telling him to stop, but he just kept charging at me like he was crazy, you know? And that's when I got his leg. I think I cut him really bad. He was bleeding so much I could see it soaking through his jeans and then he passed out. Is he gonna die? I didn't mean to hurt him like that, I swear. I didn't mean to hurt him like that. Dad. Angela? We need to go look at this. It's a kill list.
from the moment he was born, you were worried that he would inherit your fucked up genes. But he's emotional, he's sympathetic, personable, popular, heroic, and you're so different, it's going to be impossible for you to have a relationship with your own son.
I can stay home with you today if you want. I know school's shut down. No, it's cool. I can just play a game by myself. What are you gonna get? When Ethan came at you, you were facing him. Right? He suddenly charged at you. What are you? That's what you told Angela. Yeah. Did he knock you down first? I don't. Do you remember if he was holding the knife in his left or right hand? No, I don't know which fucking hand. I was attacked. It's not every day that type of shit happens. Well, then why are you interrogating me? Sorry. It's just my old forensic brain. I know you've been through a lot. Just stab by my friends. Where are you going? Outside. Breathe some fresh, cold air. It's alright. Or you have questions about that too? What are you doing? This album doesn't match the story you told Angela. Something's off.
You're off. He's normal. Details get mixed up. Normal people, fuckers who aren't mental cases, they get rattled when crazy shit happens.
I hope you're right.
Do you?
Make sure this is Williams. I just wanted to see how Ethan was doing. He's still hurt today.
He lost too much blood and could have died if the paramedics hadn't got there as quickly as they did.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, Ethan's not our only friend here. He likes you too. How are you doing? Fine. I'm okay. Maybe when Ethan's better and comes home.
He isn't coming home.
Well, I thought that the surgery.
What do you think is going on here? Iron Lake isn't our home anymore. I'm getting death threats. No one's ever gonna buy anything from my store again. We have to sell our house and leave. And Ethan's probably going to juvie. Why didn't you come to us?
It's not his fault.
If you had just told me, I could have helped. But it didn't need to happen this way. You should have come to us.
She's obviously very upset. They both are. You should know we appreciate what you do. Put it all on us. We will never want to see
he in here? He should go too.
I actually have some information that might be helpful.
You do?
Yeah, the weapons you found stashed in Ethan's room are from Fred's. I sold them to Ethan's father a couple of months ago. Along with that knife.
What is your problem?
The angle of penetration in his wound. The blood splatter. Nothing matches the story.
Your story? You stabbed non-fictitiously.
Doesn't add up.
Everything you said about Ethan turned out to be true. The kill list, the weapons, it all adds up.
Prove it. What? You're Ethan, I'm Harrison. Show me what happened. Dig it.
You are fucking crazy.
Harrison's lying.
You can't handle the fact that Harrison was a hero. That was always your wet dream. And you can't stand that. Because you are a evil son of a fucking pussy.
Blood doesn't lie. The spatter doesn't match. How do we recreate these patterns?
I don't know.
This time we see if Harrison attacked Ethan first.
What are you trying to do?
Make sense of this.
You're not. I'm trying to make him into a monster like you. Because I've seen that way looking for like a real dad, right? Thinking he looks up to you, wants to be like you, thinking he's a sick ass serial killer family. He's a good kid. He's nothing like you. I'm sick of your bullshit.
It matches.
Stop it! This is all in your head. You are creating this.
Ethan was the one trying to get away. Harrison attacked me from behind. And he stabbed himself to sell us on this story. I'm playing the whole thing. Tell me that's not what happened.
Why would Lucian slash Ethan first? Peter.
You wanted to know what it felt like. Sounds like you fit the code.
Okay. Oh, let's see what, how can I do these?
He even eats like me.
What?
How you feeling?
Not much pain, actually.
I know school's back on, but they'd understand if you stayed home another day.
I want to get back to the routine.
I totally get that. I totally get that. But did you notice anything going on with Ethan before that day?
I didn't know anything until Ethan got me one at school.
as you can imagine. If I can take it into him.
I was kind of hoping to shake his hand, thank him personally. You know?
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Hey! There he is! Hey, Spud. I got you a little something. Keeping our town safe.
Thanks.
Isn't it? Yeah, no. For you.
Oh shit! I drowned. This is really cool. Thank you, Mr. Caldwell. Oh,
Call me Kurt.
okay. I should go. Thanks again, Kurt.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you, son. Ah, boy, it must be nice. Having a hero for a son.
Okay.
My Matt is, he's the opposite.
He seems like a fun person to be around.
Ah, no, fuck up. Wish I'd done something about it when he first started fucking up. Kept thinking he'd grow out.
But there was a darkness in him and you knew it.
Yeah, but I just kept helping him get out.
Oh my gosh, this is way done. Okay, so I'm gonna let that sit for a couple hours.
It's not really Matt's fault.
And I'll pop it off.
No, I wouldn't say that.
And this should be pretty good, I think. Well, I'll have to clean it up a little bit, but
Raised in a terrible kid. Not much more like Ethan than he is Harris. No, he's worse. I mean, Ethan might have wanted to kill people, but Matt actually did. He didn't make me crash that boat. He didn't crash it. It wasn't bad.
No, I know. I meant it the same way you did.
How did you even know about that?
My girlfriend's the chief of police. And not to throw anyone under the bus, but Esther's a bit of a gossip.
So what did Esther and your girlfriend say about the boat accident?
That Matt wasn't driving. Teenagers do stupid
He
things.
wasn't a teenager.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, that. But Kurt, you can't carry around this guilt. Kids are born the way they are. I wasn't in Harrison's life for the last 10 years. Look how he turned out.
so all that will get sanded down a little bit, cleaned up.
I appreciate that. Maybe see.
But it's a much better, cleaner look than I started with for sure.
Hard not to feel responsible for.
So I'm gonna let this set up for a couple hours before I can pop it off. And hopefully the putty stays.
It's fishy. Just like
So, I just wanted to formally let you know that we're not bringing any charges against Harrison for stopping Ethan. It's been ruled an act of self-defense. I don't know what Ethan tried to claim.
what did he say?
He swears he never stabbed Harrison.
Well, how does he
He
explain it?
said that Harrison just suddenly slashed him, and that's the last thing he remembers. If I try to have some compassion for him, it's clearly a troubled kid.
Yeah.
So, we're moving forward with our case against Ethan, and I don't know if you want me to put you in touch with a lawyer, or you want to look into a civil case, or
He was very hard to went through enough.
if I were in your position, I don't know if I could be so compassionate. You're a good person, Jim.
Okay.
Take it.
I didn't put the Vaseline on here, yeah, which I should have.
Love you too.
Keep my shit.
Ethan's telling the truth. His wound wasn't made by a hunting knife. Harrison brought his own weapon to school that night.
Hey, I heard your son was amazing. I'll call you back. Just wait a minute.
think I will once I get this. So zippy. Eternia or it's Eternity hernia. Yeah, it's hernia for sure. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let this milliput set up for a few hours. It's about 4-hour cure time. In about 2 hours, it'll be to the point where it's stiff, and I should be able to pop this off. And come on. I am going to work on the underside of this later. I'm going to, once this is cured, I'll be able to take off the primer on the bottom side of this piece, Vaseline the other part, and I'll use Bondo to just kind of clean up this edge here and this edge up here. And then it should be a lot better. So that part goes there. Actually, it fits decently. That goes there. Here, I could probably use a little putty work. Actually fits pretty good. That part there. Let's see, where does this go? Let's see, where does this go?
If you want to help me shed light on these women, I'll take it.
That's not a key, that's not a key. I don't know where this goes. Alright. Where does this go? What is this little piece?
Yeah, come in.
Mr. Caldwell, sorry to bother you, but a few customers have mentioned the girl countdown in our...
I'll take care of it.
Really, I don't mind.
I got it. Thanks, Susan.
Solar server goes there.
Just checking to see if you've heard from Matt. I've got a couple questions that I need to ask him.
I don't know where this part goes. Is this going to hit somewhere? Uh-oh. Shit. Seriously?
Keep giving your money, sweetheart.
for the head, I'm gonna use some Bondo on that front edge. Close that up. It was huge.
I'm not staying.
This goes here.
That's fair. Can you just tell me?
Don't know where this little piece. I got two pieces. I don't know where they go.
Coach Logan.
This one.
Sergeant Logan, who is here with us today in his official capacity to talk to you because you were on Ethan's list. Listen up.
Hey everyone.
First of all, I want to say how proud I am of how you all handled yourselves during a situation I honestly wish you'd never had to experience.
Where the hell does this go?
Maturity, courage. But please be understanding of yourself.
Look at the photo of this piece.
Who are going through a tough time in the aftermath. Counseling is being offered to each of you. It's a scary thing to be targeted like that. It's good to talk about how you feel. I'd like to open this up to anyone who'd like to share their concerns or ask me any questions. Zip.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to Harrison for saving my life.
Ah, right there. That's where it goes. Right there. Boom. Okay. Look at this little tiny piece. What does this go?
I speak for all of us when I say how grateful we are that you're part of our community.
Speech.
Okay. It goes to this.
I mean, I don't
I
really
think.
know what to say. I'm glad no one got hurt, except Ethan. You know, personally,
There it goes. It goes right there.
I mean, yeah, he planned to do something terrible. And he ended up stabbing me. But you
Just to the live piece.
you beat him up, made fun of him. You kind of made his life hell, you know? And I guess it's like, yeah, we're all victims or whatever. And I know everyone's saying that Ethan was a psycho or a monster.
Alright, there we go.
Or something.
Okay. That's all the pieces together. Ooh, this guy's big. Okay.
Also a victim.
So,
So, I don't know.
I could try to put this in there, may stick to it.
I guess we all have two sides to us. Maybe we're a little bit hero and a little bit monster. It's all about which side wins out in the end.
I'll go ahead and try to get this head to fit a little bit better. Take a good glob of Vaseline. I'm going to put it on the bottom side of the head. I'm going to end up stripping this guy because the primer on this is not good. So I don't care really how much Vaseline I get on everything. You can't see. we go. I'm gonna mix up a little. I'm gonna sand the. Let's take this off so I don't get Vaseline on what I'm gonna do over here. Just put this to the side for a minute. So I was using some lacquer there to get off the primer and stuff around this edge. So I'm gonna put a bead of Bondo in here and let it ooze out and close up this gap some because again the factory's putty work is shitty. Okay, and we're gonna get some light sanding. So the factory did some putty work here, but it's not good. So I'm just gonna kind of add to it and close up this gap. So I use the ball of excess milliput that I have mixed up. I use that as a guide as when I can pop this. When this gets to the point where I really can't squeeze it together, it's hard enough I could probably pop this apart. And if it worked out well, it'll stay where I want it to stay and not come off on the other parts. Okay. Quick wipe with some thinner. And I gotta fix this crack in the front. I'll do that tomorrow on Monday. Okay. Mix up some Bondo.
would have nothing to do with you ambushing Matt Casado with your podcast.
Speaking of closure, maybe now's a good time to mention that I've got somebody to help. Online, we've only exchanged a few messages. He's a flyer for, but he's very serious. You know, actually, it is a great timing. There's a missing persons conference in the city I wanted to go to this weekend. Oh my god, that's perfect. Maybe we can get some hints on this Bermuda Triangle you have here. Probably with no other plan to recoup the cost. Well, I can expense it. Done. Loading. You can watch the station, right? Road trip. Thank God. No offense. This time is going to be a little claustrophobic.
You asked for it.
Dad, you wouldn't believe what happened at school today. There was this big assembly, and everyone was like, cheering for me. It was crazy. You won't get my stuff. We need to talk. I only carry that for protection.
Okay.
I was on my own for a long time. Sleeping in the streets. People do weird shit. The first time I got robbed, they took everything. The next time, I was ready.
Okay. So why'd you take it to school?
I'm not judging you, I just want to know the truth. I heard Ethan's side of the story. It's a whole lot different than yours.
What the fuck? You believe some psycho school shooter over me? What do you think I did?
Say, if you did hurt him on purpose, you can tell me.
I've been the rest of this country since I've been here. My own dad thinks I'm what? A liar? An animal?
No, I think you're a kid. I think you're going through something that maybe you don't understand. I just want to help you. Harrison, you can trust me.
Why the fuck would I trust you? You're the one living a lie. Jim.
Yeah, it's gonna be messy at first, but we're gonna put the head down. And then we'll just clean it up later.
You were fucking right.
All of us. Like, come on. What do you say, huh? Give the bully a hug. Yo, we're gonna be late.
For what?
It's a fucking party tonight, bro. You're the guest of honor. Get in, let's go. Huh?
Give me a beer.
Harrison's hanging out with Zach and those guys tonight. Is it cool if I meet them?
It's fine. It's Friday. Oh, come on. I'll make sure she's home by 11.
Absolutely. No, absolutely.
You're welcome, dear. Listen. Harrison's a good kid. Everyone's talking about what he did for the school. You keep too short a leash on him, you can lose him for good.
Now we're gonna go in there with a little thinner. Start cleaning this up a little bit before it starts getting too.
Welcome to the Kill List party. Written invitation on it. Everybody in here is alive because of you.
person. Therapist over in Fort Drum. I had a student a couple years ago. He helped her. Maybe he could help Harrison. You know, if there's things he's not ready to talk to his dad about. He gets like this every couple months. Walks in there like he owns the place. That same song. Always that same fucking song. He's gonna come out to the dance in 4, 3, 2.
Look at him. His son reduced to ashes, and there he is, dancing like he doesn't have a care in the world. Either he's crazy, or I am.
Okay, I have a little cleanup here to do, but
This is my chance to see the hotel girl in the flesh. What? You barely text me out anymore.
Sorry.
Was it the podcast or something? I mean, I get it. Maybe not everyone thinks serial killers are funny.
I like it. You know, sometimes you gotta let fucked up stuff, right? I mean, look around.
None of them would be without you.
You don't know that.
Yes, we do. How does it feel to have that kind of power? Life or death?
How did they get his list?
I don't know. Maybe someone has access to her mom's police station.
Hey, Pods, get your ass over here. What's up, dude?
Find you later.
Harrison. You saved my fucking life. There's just one rule here. No phones. What happens here stays here. And I have a little present for you. It's ecstasy. A little too pussy already. Catch up.
okay. That's it for a little while. I'll pop the head off. It's not sitting in the wet bond now, that'd be bad. What's up, Rob? Yeah, so I've had the cameras for a few months now. My client and friend Tony sent me a bunch of camera streaming stuff, and then I finally figured out how to do picture-in-picture this morning. So, hopefully you guys enjoy it. I've tried a top down before, but it really doesn't work for how I work. That angle doesn't work because I usually don't. I'm not usually not working over my bench. I'm usually working over in my lap. Hello. Hello? Hello? Michelle? Hello? I think my sister pocket dialed me. Okay. So we're gonna make this a little nicer once we get the head off. We're gonna clean this up, sand it. I just want to get rid of the gap and make it better than it was. But there's a pretty good gap there in the neckline. So it's not the prettiest right now, but once it dries and I sand it down, it should be a little neater. I may clean it up a little bit more. All right. Damn, just hit my head on the thing. So this milliput that I put in about, was it about 45 minutes ago? It's starting to harden up a little bit. Not quite hard enough where I want to pop it apart, but it's getting there. So this head, I've got the Bond over here. Once this gets to a point where it's a little, maybe a tad harder than what it is, I'll pop that head off and let it continue to dry up. You don't want the Bondo to dry 100%. Let me take this little piece off so I don't damage it or do anything. And I'll take Silver Surfer off so I don't mess him up.
I'm fine. How was your eyes? You need to tell me what you took. Did you give him the drugs? No, I'm not your coach right now. Tell me what you gave him, or I'm putting you in cuffs this fucking second. What is this?
Just drugs. Bunch of the stuff everyone else was fine.
Right now you're going to jail. Possession with the intent to distribute, unless you want to tell me exactly where you got those drugs from.
Alright, so now kind of in a waiting game right now while stuff kind of dries up. This Bondo's just about there. Still a little hair on the spongy side. If you take it apart too soon, then the Bondo will come off where you want it to stick. If you wait too long, it's really hard to get the parts apart.
A much stronger, cheaper substitute for opioids like OxyContin. Black market pills are unregulated, homemade. Sometimes even one pill can contain a lethal dose. Your son's lucky.
We'll be right back, okay? So far, we just have a first name, Miles. Harrison's a great kid, but what he needs right now is some tough love. Nah, thanks for the advice. Well, Harrison could have gotten tonight only by the grace of God, and Roger's quit thinking, is he getting a second chance? And so will you. Just back off, okay? With all due respect to you. No. You think being the assistant wrestling coach makes you a parenting expert? You have no fucking idea.
He could have died. You call yourself his father? You didn't even know what the fuck he was. Look at what you've done to him. This is all your fault.
All right.
You're gonna start seeing a therapist. Besides therapy, you'll go 2 places, home and school. You got that? Everybody took those pills. I don't care about anyone else. I care about you.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever you say.
Yeah, whatever you say. Like that's ever gonna happen.
When you gotta hand it to the guy. Ready to go behind you? This is the place to do it. Hang on. Emergency already? It's barely 7 a.m.
Yeah, I just wanted you to look at me.
Oh God, what's wrong? Is Audrey okay?
Audrey's fine.
But there was a party last night, and some kids were doing drugs. Harrison OD'd.
What?
He's okay now. Jim's all over it.
But listen, Audrey was there too.
She was the one who called us. She was the voice of reason, totally sober.
Without her, this whole thing might have gone sideways.
Well, I'm coming home.
Angela, she's sick. She's fine.
Oh, come on. Is there just a way you can check for me real quick? It's not a big deal, right?
It's against protocol to give out any guest information.
Chief Bishop, like PD. We need to speak with a Matthew Caldwell. Can you confirm that he's a guest here?
The guest you're inquiring about checked out last night.
Well, what about security footage? Because I need visual confirmation that he was actually here.
I can't give you access to that. It would be an invasion of the guest privacy.
Yeah, let's see if we can get this head off now. There we go. Popped off pretty easily. Yeah, it's not pretty in there, but we're gonna let that dry up really, really well, and then we're going to get some thinner. We're gonna clean up as much as we can and make it a little bit better looking. But for now, the head doesn't wobble at least. So kind of not the prettiest look inside, but again, we don't care what it looks like inside because it's the key. We just want to try to get things that fit a little bit better and not wobble. That's the whole point behind all this.
First appointment with the therapist.
Sometimes it takes two applications, so I may do this again.
We're gonna get through this.
Yeah. Okay.
clean this up with some lacquer thinner. And I'm going to do another little round of the Bondo. Just to help clean this up a little bit inside. Add a little more Vaseline to the bottom of the head just to be sure we don't get stuck. Keep an eye out on this millet butt. I want this to get 100% solid. milliput's starting to harden up pretty good. I keep an eye on that.
Big Apple with you all. A little colder than what I'm used to, but
Hey, Jen. Really sorry about all this. Just reality. Coffee? No, thanks.
Worst coffee in Iron Lake.
You know what, Teddy? I'm gonna take that cup of coffee actually. Have yourself.
Alright, I'm gonna do one more little round of putty just to kind of clean this up in here a little bit. This one's a little nicer.
You know where the number one favorite movies this county has seen in the last 3 months? I want to order 18. Last night would be 19 if I had engineering time. I said, I want to order. You damn lucky I did. Because that kid was one of mine. And if we had lost him, I don't know if I would have pulled his dad off of you in that parking lot.
You can't say that. That's against the law. That's bias. That's intimidation.
I mean, it was intimidated, but you put yourself first too. Because everyone I will be a hard challenge. I'm vengeful, dude, Miles. What's he gonna be?
Nothing. Even I feel intimidated.
Sister. Jasper Hodge. These pills.
I'll do that one too.
I'm sorry about all this. I just never heard you coming down to the station and move on from all this. It's funny. Really. The last will get you all taken care of, and then you're free to go. You good?
Yeah. Someone named Jasper Hodge won't wait for much longer.
Alright, a little round of Vaseline on the bottom of the head.
For Jasper Hodge.
How long will it take
Ouch.
to go to work?
It's Saturday. The game's closed, so at least 12 hours.
Tim, I'm so sorry about Harrison. I know you and Ange aren't Facebook official or anything, but to me, you're family.
Big sister. Lose the world.
That's way more Bondo than I need, but
missing people, it may be that one person is responsible for all of their disappearances.
That actually kind of adds up. Occam's razor. Sometimes the simplest explanation is the right one. I think I will get that massage.
We're now to question for Captain Baptiste. Who wants to go first?
Let him walk away. Go home to Harrison. Work on being a good dad.
Harrison almost died because of this guy. He can't just walk away. And I am a good dad.
I haven't seen you like this before. This isn't about a code or feeding your urges. This is vengeance.
Okay. Way more bond than I needed. That's okay. Put this on one more time. Give it a good squeeze. And we'll just let that sit for a while. Okay. And the head won't wobble anymore. We had a wobbler earlier. Okay. So by the time that cures up, I should be able to take off the other parts. And we'll see how the milliput did. And then on Monday, we'll continue to just clean up the keys stuff and hopefully get the prep done on Monday. So
Midas Touch has now obtained the full audio of Donald Trump's sentencing hearing on Friday in connection with a new criminal case where he was convicted on 34 felony counts. I want to play for you that full hearing so you can hear it for yourself. Let me just tell you the voices you are going to hear in this audio. You're going to hear an assistant district attorney named Joshua Steinglass representing the people of New York. He's going to talk about how Donald Trump's threats against our judiciary and our legal system have just been incredibly harmful and damaging. You're going to hear from Donald Trump's lawyer, Todd Blanche. You're going to hear from Donald Trump, and you're going to hear from the judge, Justice Juan
your client like to be heard?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. This has been a very terrible experience. I think it's been a tremendous setback for New York and the New York court system. This was a case that Alvin Bragg did not want to bring. He thought it was, from what I read and from what I hear, inappropriately handled before he got there. A gentleman from a law firm came in and acted as a district attorney, and that gentleman, from what I heard, was a criminal or almost criminal in what he did. It was very inappropriate. It was somebody involved with my political opponent. Business records have said virtually everyone that I know of, haven't seen any to the contrary. Not one. And these people are not exactly friends of mine, to put it mildly. But they all said, and I get indicted for.
Listen to your gut. You find out the why, you find out the who. Another round? Promise, purely platonic. I don't want to find myself on the wrong end of an axe.
Yeah, sure.
You know that feeling you have? It reminds me of another case back in the day. Trinity killer. No one understood how those deaths were related.
So how'd you guys crack it?
A young detective, Deborah Morgan. She always had a gut feeling about it. Never gave up.
Maybe she can help us?
She died. Real fucked up situation. Her brother too, tragically killed. He had a little son. Oh yeah. Harrison. Cute kid.
Alright, so we're good. Crap, oh, this head's stuck. Come on.
Your worst nightmare?
This isn't good. Hard. Alright, well I gotta try to get this head off. That was scary. Sometimes they get stuck a little bit. It creates a vacuum.
On the highway one day. Then we came back.
Listen to your gut. You find out the why, you find out the who. Another round? Promise, purely platonic. I wouldn't want to find myself on the wrong end of an axe.
Yeah, sure.
You know that feeling you have? It reminds me of another case back in the day. Trinity killer. No one understood how those deaths were related.
So how'd you guys crack it?
A young detective, Deborah Morgan. She always had a gut feeling about it. Never gave up.
once that's 100% cure, we can work on sanding this down and cleaning it up a little bit. But for now, the head's been rekeyed. It doesn't wobble. All right, now I'm going to take all these parts off. And we're going to take this off. There we go. Okay. Okay. So this still has a little bit of play in it. I can go in here and kind of clean this up a little bit. Okay. Let this all dry up, and then I can sand this on Monday and do a little more putty work here, and I'm going to Bondo on the other side of this part. Oh yeah, the head getting stuck, it happens every once in a while. It's as long as the Bondo's not 100% cured, it'll come off. But what happens is it creates a vacuum. If it's such a good seal, yeah. I have gotten really close against stuff's permanently stuck. But I'm going to call it a day. It's a full day right there, 8 hours. And we got that fitting better. I redid all the putty work that the factory did. So you can see there's a lot of putty here. But the factory's putty wasn't as good as what I had. It was not, I don't know, it just didn't work. And I did get to fit down further than they had. So by grinding it all down and kind of starting from scratch, I got a better fit. So I might mix up a little more milliput for the day and just go around this part since I'm kind of here and get that taken care of. And that way on Monday, all I really got to do is worry about kind of working on that area. Put that back on.
Harrison said something weird.
A little more Vaseline on that spot.
Okay. He says Dad's name isn't chimpanzee.
Hey, you hungry? I'm good. How was therapy? You like the doctor? Actually, it felt great to talk to someone. It's good to hear. I'm gonna go lie down. After some good sleep. Yeah, of course. Should we go and eat dinner?
That. Alright, where's my tool?
All that's standing between us and chaos is a tiny, fragile thread.
I don't have enough putty mixed up to fill that in.
Previously, on Dexter and Neil Blood.
get that set up for another hour or so, and then we'll.
Something's off. My best friend is fair.
First look into the bigger wrestling team. He says Da's name isn't Joe Lindsay.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna call it a day. I'll be back on Monday. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. So I'll be back on Monday. Bye.